back. Don't be a coward, Dark Soul. More Dark Souls 3. We left off yesterday having finished the high wall of Rick. And now we continue. I think we're outside a windmill or something. A windmill somewhere. I might be in the windmill. Scarecrow looking motherfucker. Oh. It's still quite warm. Look. 27 degrees right now, apparently. The peak of the day. Figure out why the peak temperature of the day is happening at 7 p.m. Or 7:30. But apparently it can only get better from here, and then tomorrow's supposed to peak at 22. That's so. What an awful heat wave. Waves are awful. Anyway. I like that I have a scabbard. Would like to sheath my sword. Alright, boys. Gonna play with someone who can fight back? Odd, because they aggroed on me while I was watching from them. Anyway. There's a wind around here. I just feel like there's a windmill because of the way this area looks. Excuse me, gentlemen. I need directions. I don't know where I'm going. Would you happen to know the way to anything? Alright. I see. Well, now that's all cleared up. Oh. I don't think that's a statue. Don't like any of that. One of these is going to be alive, and it's going to be like the worst. Who's making that? That's a dog. There are 11 dudes down. If I go down there and initiate that fight, that'll be the most number of people I fought at one time in Dark Souls. Mistake. Come on. I'll end up down there though, and nice. Again, this is why you wear headphones. Guess wasn't high enough for the job. Good morrow. Interesting. There's a separate forward attack. Heavy attack, like you have kick with the regular attack. With the heavy attack you have, or you have that's another thing that could get there's a boat. Right, well, wandering into a village where everybody's hostile, not an unfair scenario. I'm going to assume none of these chainsaw though. Really? Here I was, ready for a fight against every one of you. Calling me disappointed. The kick again. Welcome in, Clem. Don't know what that is, don't like it. Still coming? It's still coming. You mean this obvious Resident Evil boss that looks like she's from Village? That's inappropriate. You shoot bees? Is that what that is? Bees? That chicks need love too. Gotta pay. Alright, you know what? We can do this better next time. There are more of them? Of course there are more of them. Alright. Go and fix this problem. Don't like that. Swear to God, this kick is nothing but trouble. Okay, so there isn't any way of removing the kick, but it's enough of a problem that there's multiple complaints that you can find on the first page of Google, and there's a mod to remove it on the PC. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Like, the fact I'm holding forward when I'm attacking, and it's registering that as the kick input, which, like, it's the combination of it registering the kick when I don't want it, and also not registering the kick every time I do want it. Like, there you go, the third time didn't register it the way I wanted it to. Hey, flame. Stuff. How you doing, flame? There you are. So fucking warm. You like doing gas? I mean, like, that's entirely up to you, man, but good place to tell us. Long flute. Up in this. Oh. Alright, that's better. Right, the centigrade. Does that mean you've got nothing you can do right now, Flame? Come and join me. I've only just started, so we'll be here for a few hours. Come and join me and take your mind off your flu. This is my first time through Dark Souls 3, and I have seen none of this. I might have seen some of this when Clint streamed it. I remember none of it. It should be entertaining. That's right, come and join me. Come on. You scarecrow looking motherfucker. With me, and you'll be a world of pure inebriation. It was wider, I could get all three of them. What if I just move to the side, though? What if I just move to the side, though? Okay, really? You're doing 3 at once? That does not seem appropriate. See, these are the instincts that have been honed through multiple playthroughs of Dark Souls 1. Don't leave me in a better position to play Dark Souls 3 than you could imagine. You mind, you chunky bitch? Go change your pantaloons. No thanks, bro. You thought you were going to trick me and try to backstab you again, didn't you? But I'm better than that. No one gets the drop on Mecha twice. Hold an ice bottle for like 2 hours. Excellent. And it hasn't melted? Listen, Clem, speaking as a beautiful woman, I'm allowed to call other women bro. Especially fat chicks. Can't believe they like stuck a cop on there and set him on fire. Go and go tell Ali we're streaming Resident Evil 4 right now. Tell her we're streaming Resident Evil 4 Remake. That's my bad. I didn't press the shield button in time. Right here. Alright, let me kill this guy so I can be sure there's nobody about to sneak up and kill me on this. I can hear what sounds like somebody walking. This is my best friend. He's my pal. He's my homeboy. My rod and shoulder. My sweet cheese. My good time boy. I can do that better. You gone soft, my sweet cider pie? No, my sweet cider pie. I've gone hard. Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy. Meanwhile, Nad just stood over there like the one eye's closed and the other eye's rolling. The tavern's closing. Best be on your way, stranger. No mug of ale for a weary traveller from distant Corhagen? I can reward you well, for I'm of noble blood. I stay open for no man in these dark times. Things come with a night that no straight, sane man would welcome. And so I left, cold of heart and soul, forced to the road and the long, bitter night. Welcome him, Nelson. That's him. I come from there? I think I did. Well, I think I've killed everybody around here. You really are the most devious bastard in New York City. But this is how we talk in Tucson, Arizona. Oh, maybe you'll get it the third time. Nope. Oh well. Yeah. Feminism. No. Door was open. How odd, there was nobody waiting down here to murder me. Excellent. Esther's soup. Fuck. Just a big cauldron of sunny day. Yeah, I know at some point one of these fuckers is going to be alive, and it's going to be like the worst thing ever. I can feel it. They're like mimics, but like harder. Both like figuratively, they will be harder to fight, and they will also be fully erect. Ah, shit! And it's throwing poo at me! I'd be more worried about the cages. You know, I'm glad that didn't hit. Like, that didn't happen until before. I'm glad you didn't say that before it happened. Because, like, let me be horrified by these things. I need to be able to make clips out of my reactions of these horrible horrors. And then hopefully, like, they'll become viral, and I'll hit it big. Won't have to go to work anymore. Yeah, I know you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, no, watch out for this horrible thing that's coming up. You know, for some reason, I feel like that one right on the left there is going to come alive when the rest of them won't. Maybe it's the fact that they're moving. Maybe it's the fact that they look like Scooby-Doo. You know, episode of Scooby-Doo where that one piece of the background that's going to move is a different fucking colour. A monster that isn't related to the clip. You know, I'm lazy enough that I would instead just be like, Like, I'll just contort my face because it will be quicker and simpler. Yeah, no, look at that. I can even lock onto them. That man has red eyes. Is that a sickle? Is that Climianism over there? Is that a hammer? Do you have a hammer and a sickle? I think it's a knife. Oh, it's a shoto. Of course it is. Like, okay, stop playing with him. He has a shoto. Which means his attacks are going around my guard. Nobody who subscribes to Climianism is friendly. This is actually really fucking wonderful. I'm loving this entire concept. I want to be more paranoid in a game. So you activate them and then attack. So, Clem, when are you going to purchase Dark Souls Remastered on PC so we can do our long-awaited Dark Souls full co-op run? And we can finally fight Ornstein and Smough together to the sound of Separate Ways by Journey. Are there other ways? Are there other ways for me to go? You know what, the fun thing about Dark Souls Remastered on PC is that it's very clearly built to be a console game. So it doesn't actually require much from the GPU, it's very CPU intensive, I believe. Yeah, that's my intention. The original idea was like, Flynn gets Elden Ring on PC and we'll play the Seamless Co-op Elden Ring mod. But his laptop can't run Elden Ring, so it's like, what about Dark Souls? What about Dark Souls 1? And Dark Souls 1 will be a more even playing field because I have also finished Dark Souls 1. Whereas Elden Ring, I haven't. Flynn has. Flynn has platinumed it twice. I need more dex. I need one more point of dex to wield this whip. Yeah, Clem's platinumed it twice, so like, I don't want to play that co-op with Clem until I at least... That's a hammer. You've done something, you stupid bastard. This is a dead end. Oh, excellent. Come on down. Have some fun. Fucking kick again. Like, here I am being genuinely quite good at Dark Souls, and the kick is screwing me. What the fuck just happened there? I hit her, and then something hit me. What happened there? I didn't see that. Listen, Flame. A mallet is a type of hammer. Yeah, especially given that, like, Sony's turned around now and is like, PlayStation Plus is increasing in price with no increase in the actual value of the service. Clem and I have decided, I've decided, it's not worth Clem paying for PlayStation Plus just so he
Well,
can do that
Mac,
Diablo 3
'tis
pop
good
run
to
we
see
wanted to
ye
do.
in good health, wasn't he?
So we need to find other things to do.
Pretty big, I don't.
Excellent, it's good to know, Clem. The next time it goes on sale, we'll consider getting it for you. And then we can take on Ordrent. I need to remember, like, what fake word is Dark Souls 1 called? Yeah, you remember when things used to be good? Remember when life used to be fun? And now we're all just at the behest of AI, which billionaires keep saying will make our lives better. Is it? No. Yeah, I said Lordran. I was like, I'm trying to remember. Like, I said Lordran, and I was like, I was trying to remember what the name was. No, I said, like, I'm trying to remember what it is after I said it. It's the thing with that whole thing, Flame. Is like, do I condone murdering people in the streets? No. But should CEOs maybe live in more fear? Yeah, I think they should. I think if fear of being murdered in the streets is what it takes for them to be good people, then maybe they should fear being murdered in the streets. Because, hell, it was proven to work. That healthcare CEO got murdered in the streets, and then what happened? On an unprecedented number of insurance claims went through. Yeah, that's the thing, like, be good people, but if you're not going to be good people, maybe you should live in fear. Good people should not be getting the short end of the stick just because they're good people. How do you boycott healthcare insurance? There's a fun thing of, like, it's been a thing for, like, probably a decade now of people trying to boycott Nestle because Nestle is absolute garbage. And there was that one wonderful quote from the CEO of Nestle once. It was like, water is not a right, it's a privilege. Like, clean drinking water is not a right, it's a privilege. And so, like, since that whole debacle originally, people have been, like, trying to boycott Nestle. The trouble is how much Nestle owns and how much of it is under other names. Like, boycott Amazon. How much does Amazon actually own? This is your problem with modern day boycotting. See, I'm not glorifying violence. I'm not going to turn around, like I said, I'm not going to say, should CEOs be gunned down in the streets? No. But should they live in fear if that's what it takes for them to actually do good things and be good people? Yes. Like, if fear is what it takes for people to be good people, then maybe there should be more fear. You see, that's the thing with everything, like, it's where it's where the whole adage of the road to hell is paved with good intentions comes from. Bear with me a minute while I deal with this chunky bitch. Yeah, it used to be a thing you could argue it was the fear of God. Like, the idea of Christianity being be a good person for the sake of getting your eternal reward when you die. Like, conceptually it was always flawed. The idea that Christians are morally better because they fear damnation. Like, it shouldn't take a fear of anything to be a good person. It really shouldn't. What it fucking requires. Talk of, like, the regular saying, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Power corrupts. And, like, does it? Because there's an interesting saying that I've come across in the last month or so of power appeals to the corruptible. It's not that power corrupts, it's that power is most appealing to the corrupt. And it's like, say you give me absolute power. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep playing video games. I really want. This is why you should be voting for me in the 2028 elections. Vote me for president. I promise I won't support Israel's just some massacres. Oh no, I'm gonna get cancelled now because I've said Israel isn't completely justified in their murder of, like, women and children. Stupid. It's one of those things that, like, how is that a controversial statement that maybe Israel isn't in the right when they're murdering women and children? It's like when we were doing Wolfenstein, the New Order a few years ago. There was the thing, I was like, how is killing Nazis a controversial thing? Like, it's not even as though people are saying, like, no, Israel has no right to exist. It's like, Israel shouldn't be killing all those women and children and, you know, bombing hospitals and schools and generally oppressing the Palestinian people. And that's a controversial statement that gets people cancelled. And it's like, really? This is where we're at in the modern day? This has become political. You see, it's not even specifically about both sides are doing that. Yes, neither side is entirely in the right. Hamas, absolutely in the wrong. Israel attacking pretty much all of Palestine as a result, in the wrong. But the fact that the response from just, like, the general Western world has been any criticism of Israel is, like, the worst thing you could be doing is absurd. What the fuck is that? Honestly, Clem, this may be the worst time in history to be doing. Like, the Steam Machine still hasn't been properly announced for a release date or specs. And Steam came out, like Valve came out yesterday and said, like, the Steam Deck's going to be coming back in stock, but we're having to raise the prices because market sick. Because, you know, AI ruins everything for everybody. Like me as president, I will shut down all AI data centers. The trouble is, like, AI wasn't a huge problem. AI was, like, morally peculiar, I think would be a good way of putting it. And then the big push from all the tech bros and the CEOs, and the way all the big companies want to use AI for everything because it'll save them money because they won't have to pay people stuff anymore. Which... fucking... not pay people for work because we can get AI to do it. But it goes to show, like, just how empty any talk of stuff like protecting the environment is. I bought a new phone recently because I'd had my old phone since 2021. And I was starting to have some issues with it. I was like, okay, get a new phone. I ended up just upgrading. I moved from one model of phone to a newer model of the same phone. And you can't get a phone without AI in it. Unless you get a dumb phone, you just can't get it. Well, this thing, like, water is being used. But is that drinking water? Is that water that should be drinking water? Is it water that needs to be used for irrigation? Is it water that needs to be used for anything? It's like water being used to cool AI data center. Alright. So, the end point of that most likely is either the water is then untenable after it's been used, for what it was originally intended for, or the water is evaporated when it's done, which means functionally the water is not there anymore. Come on. What is that? What is hitting me with that? Like that? What is that? There's a hurt box going on there, and I don't understand where it's coming from. You see, there's the thing, friend, like, the planet will go on without us. The planet will probably end up killing us. Bear in mind, the planet will end up killing all of us as a result, and, like, does everybody deserve that? One, no. And in the process of killing us off, the planet will probably kill off most other living species. So, like, even if you want to boil it down to the planet will survive, it will just change irrevocably. It's like, yeah, and it'll probably kill almost every living thing currently on the planet until a new cycle of life comes around. And that's not a better argument. We're going caves. But the meteor wasn't something that was caused by life on Earth. Like, I think there's a difference. It's like saying, okay, so the choice is I can either pull the trigger of this gun I have to your head, in which case I have killed you, or you can walk out onto the road, slip, and break your neck, in which case you have died anyway. One of these is murder, the other is completely out of anybody's hands. You see, that's also the thing of, like, the average person, you, me, Flame, whatever, our energy use is essentially going to be negligible compared to, like, let's pull up one of your favorite hate stinks, Taylor Swift. It's like when Taylor Swift in a week, like, uses more, like, produces a larger carbon footprint than I will ever produce in my life. It's like, why the fuck should I care anymore? I could spend the rest of my life being like, I will live a completely green lifestyle, produce 0 carbon emissions or whatever. I'll go and live in the woods and fucking perish the rest of my life. And all of that is negated immediately because some random celebrity decides they need to use a private jet to fly 30 minutes across a city. Oh, hey. Thank you, Kick. The fuck's a sharp jet? Hit a sharp weapon. I fucking weapons are sharp. Scale effectively with dexterity. I would like a dex weapon. No, this is not a stream where we talk about NXS. That's a bold weapon you got there, pal. A lot of people around here like to inflict bleeding. No, I hoped you were done. I hoped you were done with 3. Like, I'm not going to turn around and tell you I don't like NXS. I'm going to turn around and tell you I have never listened to NXS. I have never wittingly listened to NXS. Dude, calm your tits. Your tits. They are crazy. That fucking Kick again. I had him, he was 1 hit from death. If he hit the next fucking hit. This is currently, what, like a 6-hour playthrough, and the Kick has been such an issue. Absolute fucking garbage. Like, I had that guy. If that Kick had been a regular attack the way I had intended it to be, he would be dead, and I would still be going. Well, you see, it's an instinct built up over playing previous Dark Souls games, where I'm going to hold up when I'm moving into attack. And so for the game to suddenly decide, you know what, that's going to produce a useless attack at random intervals, like if it was all the time as well, okay, I'll learn to deal with it, but it's not. It's just often enough to fuck you over. And I'm genuinely annoyed now. Like, here's an idea. How many fucking buttons are on this controller? How about you map kick to one of them? Oh look, what's that? L3 doesn't do anything? Map that. L3 only does something when I'm running? Map that. So this is just going to be the case of, like, I have to apparently learn as I'm playing through this game to, whenever I decide to swing my weapon, completely remove my thumb from the left stick. Enemies should hit each other. Like, you've got an enemy swinging something like that around, they should hit each other. And it's cowardly of the developers to not have that happen. And again, like, if I move close to her when she's getting up, what is actually hitting me?
Oh, cleanse that bastard's curse.
Stuff like this, where she's swinging around this huge cudgel, and enemies around her aren't getting hit by it. It's why I lace, like, so much respect on stuff like Resident Evil 4 Remake. Having enemies get caught in their own bear traps.
Come to me.
And just have your enemies siege. Doom could do it in 93. It's not a technical limitation. See, now what if that backstab, because I'm moving into the enemy, what if that backstab had been registered? A lot of stamina off me to block. So, Clem, are you doing anything tonight that means you won't be able to stick around for the full stream? Hopefully we'll end up finishing our Dark Souls games, like, fairly close together. I imagine you'll probably finish 2 faster than I'll finish 3. That said, are you planning to do the DLC for Dark Souls 2? The plastic part on my headphone volume is sticking to. You don't intend to? I didn't, but that's because I hated Dark Souls 2 and wanted to. I currently don't have any plans to avoid the DLC for this. Like, I'm not gonna think less of you for not doing the DLC of Dark Souls 2. Because like I said, I didn't. Those souls gone. Yeah, I don't know if I'll end up doing the DLC for this. It is going to depend on, like, how full of hate I am with this game. Just want to get my souls and go back to a bonfire and level up my dexterity 1 point so I can use this whip. I feel like you probably didn't do the DLC. Because I know... Isn't the boss of one of the DLCs supposed to be like the hardest boss in the series? Is it only one DLC for Dark Souls 3? I thought it was 3. But I'm probably getting that confused. Dark Souls 2. Yeah, it's 2. Ashes of Ariandel, Ariandel, and the Ring Save. Yeah, because Dark Souls 1 had the one DLC that we all know, Artorias of the Abyss. That we all know because it was fucking radical. And then Dark Souls 2 has the 3 crowns. Like, each DLC is a crown thing. See, that's the thing of, like, I have never had as much trouble with mana as I have with Artorias. Like, I fight Artorias, and it's such a sweet boss fight, and it's always difficult. And then Manus, I don't think I've ever had to do, like, more than 5 attempts. I forget how many attempts it took me when I streamed Dark Souls. When I did do Dark Souls Remastered as my first stream, I did do Artorias. I did every boss except Calamite. I guess you'll just have to do it again, Clem. Guys with big arseholes in their chest. Big arseholes in their chest. And they have big arseholes in their chest if the holes aren't in their arses. See, let's be a little more reasonable about Dark Souls at the minute. You know what is good about this? Iframes in your dodge rolls. Always have iframes in your dodge rolls. That's a very small picture. But it does look like an arsehole on its chest. Yeah, if I don't do the DLC for this on stream, I will not do the DLC for this. It was reasonably sized when you're open. No, I clicked on your link and it's tiny. Yeah, I did Artorias the Abyss when I streamed Dark Souls. The first playthrough that I did on stream. I did every boss fight in the game except Calamite. Because let's be fair, you play Artorias the Abyss for the Artorias boss fight, and then finishing that DLC is just obligation at that point, it's not because you want to. Oh, I know where this is now. Because the Artorias fight's so cool. And it's the same thing I say for a lot of games like this. Ah, fucking Toxic Dark, you little shit. Same thing I say with a lot of stuff like this. Oh, man. Like, the best boss fights are always, like, dude-sized. And Artorias is dude-sized, and he's the best boss fight of Dark Souls 1. Okay. Elder Scrolls 4, I believe you Master is on sale. Ali has messaged me. Welcome in, Ben. Yeah, I've heard. I feel like I've heard one of the bosses in the DLC, one of the DLCs, is the hardest Souls boss. Shit me. Yeah, like dude-sized bosses. Like when the regular thing you go up against are like giant monsters and stuff. The dude-sized enemies always end, like the dude-sized bosses that can take hits, always end up being the most fun fights. And I always hold up like Devil May Cry with Virgil, with Michelangelo, with Credo in DMC4 as being like good examples of that. It's 5 hits. I got distracted because I want to plug my controller in. Yeah, welcome in, Ben. Oh yeah. Yeah, like you said though, Manus isn't fun to fight really. And I just didn't bother with Calamite. Dark Souls 3 was going well. We died a little bit, and then we were doing well, and then the game decided I should kick again. And that caused a death. And we are still recovering from that death. And I have become genuinely fucking annoyed about it. Because, like, if a death is my fault, sure. I'll take that, I'll cop to that. When a death is the fault of this game having poor control mechanics, you know what? No, that's exactly why I gave up Sekiro. Like, because the game's all like, yeah, parry timing is super important. And then the parries... The game just isn't tight enough for that parry timing. Yeah, that's what I was saying to Clem, like, Manus isn't a great fight, but I've never really had a lot of trouble with it. Artorias I spend ages on. But Manus, like, when I streamed it, probably took me like 5 tries at most. Yeah, Calamite was the only boss I didn't kill on stream in Dark Souls. Come on down, you... Stuck on a wall, aren't you? Because you're fat. Don't know how to go through gaps. You're fat. Again, like, what's hitting me there? What's the active hitbox that's hitting me with her? Whatever it is isn't doing damage. Yeah, like we go through Dark Souls 1. And like I know I've said it before, but like it's relevant again. The boss everybody talks about having trouble with, and like the boss where it's like, oh, this is where Dark Souls. The Capra Demon. Never really had a lot of trouble with it, personally. Colton Queen Bronze, yes. I never really had a lot of trouble with the Capra Demon, possibly because like I know the general strategy people have for it is like go up the stairs. separate them from the dogs. And, like, maybe it's just because I've played a lot of Zelda. I'm like, let me approach this and figure out the smart way to approach this. I don't know. I went into the Capra Demon and I've never had a lot of trouble with it. What else is there? Pinwheel isn't difficult. About that. Taurus Demon. I feel uncomfortable fighting Taurus Demon, honestly. I feel like I never have a good grasp on dealing with Taurus Demon. I say that, but I haven't actually died to Taurus Demon in a long time. And when I was showing Dark Souls to Ali a few months ago, I was showing her, like, this is Dark Souls, this is the appeal of Dark Souls if you decide to show it yourself or whatever. And I was showing it to Ali, and I ended up knocking Taurus Demon just off the tower, and that was actually a really fun show of, like, why Dark Souls. Bed of Chaos is awful, it will never not be awful, but, like, at that point, I don't think we're... Oh, bonfire there. I died here. Because that fucking kick, and there was a bonfire here. Yeah, Bed of Chaos is less a fight and more just you're butting your head against a wall and eventually hoping that your head, like the wall, will break. It's not well presented, it's not well executed, and you could barely even call it a boss. Where is the light? Why are you there?
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak very well, then take...
My heart's desire is to level up a point of dexterity so that I can use this whip that I found.
Farewell, may the...
Thank you. What else do we go? We go through Dark Souls 1. Taurus Demon, I was still feeling a little nervous against Taurus Demons, but it has been a long time since I died to it. Bell Gargoyle. The Bell Gargoyle is kind of interesting, because I never felt like the Bell Gargoyle was hard. I remember my first time fighting it, I was like, this is easier than I expected, and then the second one comes, and that's the difficulty. And it's a good demonstration of how Dark Souls is built on one-on-one combat, and just numbers can be downfall. But like, if you go into that with the Solaire summon, or summon, like, die so quickly. Both die so quickly. What's after that? Capra Demons after that. Not all that difficult. Like I said, I never really had a huge amount of trouble with it. Gaping Dragon, like if you're following the intended progression, Gaping Dragon will be next. And Gaping Dragon sucks because it's not difficult, it just has so much health, and you're just there chipping away at it. Quelaag? Quelaag's a fun fight, I like Quelaag. I think it's a fairly interesting fight, and sometimes she does catch me off guard. Like, she is a lot faster than you think she is. And then you would ring the second bell, you'd go into Sen's Fortress, so it would be the Iron Golem. I have never fought the Iron Golem legit. I have always summoned Black Knight Tarkus. Black Iron Tarkus? I've always summoned Tarkus, and then dealt with that. And I summon Tarkus always in the hopes that we'll just knock the Iron Golem off because it's funny to me. Next boss fight, if you skip the Painted World of Ariamis, if you never went back to the Asylum, Ornstein and Smoke, nasty. Always nasty. Again, it's numbers. And if you're playing online, you're probably going to want to summon Solaire, so you'll want to human up at the bonfire, go for Solaire. it's one of the most pervasive spots in the game for invasion. But if you go in there with Solaire, it's a little more evened up, and it's a cool boss fight. Like overall, it is generally really cool. Count Crossbreed Priscilla, I like the concept of Crossbreed Priscilla. I like that when she goes invisible, you can see her footprints. I think that's a really cool idea that I wish Dark Souls did more of. And it's the same kind of thing when I talk about how I like the boss fight with the Prayer in Dark Souls 2, where it's like the torch instead of a shield and the spiders will stay away. It's a cool idea. Love it. What else do we got after that? Oh yeah, we never talked about Asylum Demon. Asylum Demon is just like there. Not an issue. Stray Demon, don't like Stray Demon because of his explosion attack that I can never see coming. Aside from that, it's Asylum Demon with more health. And then we split off. Seath, don't like Seath. I don't like the crystals at all. Like, just fuck Seath. Fuck the fact that you have to die on the first encounter with Seath. Fuck that. Especially given that you have no way of knowing that it's going to happen. Knowing it's going to happen, yeah, go in, equip a rare Ring of Sacrifice, you'll probably have a couple by that point. Your first time, you're not going to know it's happened. Whatever you had is gone. Fuck that. But the Seath fight itself, not a fan. Gravelord Nito comes after Pinwheel. Pinwheel's super easy, just like relentless aggression, and Pinwheel's fine. Gravelord Nito, again, relentless aggression. It's fine, not overly difficult. It's about making sure you stay on top of him, so relentless aggression. If you give him room, he will kill you. I've never thought Ceaseless Discharge legit. And I do not care to. After the Fire Scent. No, the Fire Demon, which is just another version of the Asylum Demon. Lame. Then there's the Centipede, which, like... You know what? I'm wrong. Calamite wasn't the only boss I didn't fight when I streamed it. I didn't fight the Fire Centipede. I don't think I fought the Fire Demon, because why would I? But like, the Fire Centipede, fuck that entire idea. Oh, the arena's surrounded by lava, and can't go into the lava, and the lava's everywhere. You really just have to hope that it will come near you so you can attack it. Like, it's such a bad setup for a boss fight. Bed of Chaos, awful. Great Wolf Sith. Great Grey Wolf Sith. Cool. Right, it's the only boss where I change up my entire strategy because of how fast Sith is. I'll get around to it, Clem. Let me the boss order stuff. Because of how fast Sith is, I'm like, I can't dodge that. So I armor up. I put on Havel's armor to fight Sith. And Sith's a cool fight. I do like Sith. The Four Kings, conceptually really unnerving. You drop into the abyss and it's just a black void and there's nothing there. If you're not strong enough to take off enough health so there are only 4 kings, it can be kind of frustrating. I have done it before where I have fought 5 kings, yes. Who else? That is all 4 Lords, so. Yeah, become 5 and 6. I have had it become 5. Artorias, like, probably the best boss fight in the game, I think. And I love the lore implication that Artorias is left-handed. And when he fights you, not only is he corrupted by the abyss, his left arm is broken. So the implication that he's fighting you with his offhand, such a neat idea. Manus, not particularly fun. always find the Sith summon so you can summon Sith with that. Calamite can fuck itself. No interest in ever doing Calamite. And then we get to Gwyn. And Gwyn is a disappointment. Gwyn, I think Artorias is probably what Gwyn should have been as a boss fight. Like, that level of challenge should have probably been Gwyn. But Ceaseless Discharge. The way I fight Ceaseless Discharge is I grab the robes from the Moonlight Butterfly, of course. Yeah, I summon Beatrice because I'm not a ranged fighter. That's a good point. I forgot Moonlight Butterfly. Thank you, Ben. Grab the robes from the body that Ceaseless Discharge is crying over, and then run back to the fog gate. And Ceaseless Discharge will follow you, and just before it can get to you, the lava drops down. It's like a waterfall of lava, like a lava fall. And he'll jump forward and grab onto the edge, and he'll be hanging from the edge, and if you hit his hand, he falls down and dies immediately. And avoiding the centipede, you can avoid the fire demon, the centipede, the entirety of Lost Islip, and all the dragon butts by joining the Chaos Servant Covenant. And like, you join the Chaos Servant Covenant and you give Quelaag's sister 30 humanities, and that opens the secret way into Lost Islip, which is just before the fire demon. And that's where you find Solaire as well, so like, yeah, of course you would know that because it's where you find Solaire. And then just go across there, and it lets you skip the fire demon and the centipede. Now, to go through Dark Souls 2 bosses, I don't remember most of them. Like, I genuinely do not. I remember the Pursuer because it was the most trouble I had with any boss in Dark Souls 2. I remember the Ruined Sentinels because it's 3 people. I remember the Duke's Day Freya. I remember not Ornstein, Dragon Slayer, who isn't Ornstein, the old Dragon Slayer. I remember the Smelter Demon, because I went into that fight, did it a couple of times, was like, no, we're not doing this, and I just left. I don't really even remember the final boss. I know it took me 2 tries. I was just done with Dark Souls 2. We have an ad coming up, so we're going to run this ad. Discount Quelaag, yeah. So I've recently watched a playthrough of Dark Souls 2. So that's where a lot of my memory of Dark Souls 2 is from at the minute. And I remember the Scorpioness from that. I remember it from playing the game. I remember the Covetous Demon from that. Don't remember it from playing the game. The Chandra, yeah. Barely remember her. I remember it took me 2 tries, and that's all I remember. But yeah, we're going to run this ad, and then we'll be back with more Dark Souls 2. And we're back.
I'm the light bringer. I'm the fucking universe.
Yeah, you don't do Aldia's quest in Scholar of First Sin, because I know the final boss is supposed to be like King Vendrick or whatever. And I remember I was like, I don't care. Here are the credits. I'm now done with this game. Let's play something I will enjoy more. I might have then played Skies of Arcadia after that, which is a far better game. You know what game's worth your time? Skies of Arcadia. Will I ever go back and do... Because like, I know I didn't even do any of the DLCs. Like, will I ever go back and do the DLC for Dark Souls 2? Like, even if I come out of this being like, this is a fun game, and I've, like, reawakened my original love for Dark Souls, I'm not going to go back and do... I just don't care. I want to see what I can get out of this. I could be a little bit longer of a range. Is this a stupid idea? Yes. Will I at least kill this enemy? Yes. Honestly, it was just like, given that I really wasn't enjoying Dark Souls 2 to begin with, I was always just like, I don't want to play more of this. And I probably expected the Dark Souls 2 DLC to go the way of, like, Artorias in the Abyss and probably be the hardest stuff of Dark Souls 2. I was like, nah, no more of that. I really wish the whip was viable as a weapon. I really do. Does not give me info about it. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna say I will or won't do the DLC for this game. I'm not against difficulty. You guys have seen... You guys have been here longer. You've seen that I'm not against difficulty. I've done some difficult shit. But when it stops being fun, I'm like, I want to do this. So if I'm still having fun with Dark Souls 3 by the time we get to the... Yeah. Yeah. If I'm not, then no. So we will have to see how that goes. I want to go in there anyway. Have to kill that guy again, huh? I don't like that you're inflicting bleed build upon me when I'm blocking you. I do really like how fast the blade swings in this. Like, that follow-up, 1-2, is so good. Love it. And I probably will just stick with, like, a standard sword because of that in there. What the fuck was that? Is that you? That is you, dick. I knew you weren't a statue. He fired several shots, I only heard one of them actually being loosed. So we're talking on the Discord again about, like, with the price of the Steam Deck going up, and like it's going up by a significant amount, you know? Which is unfortunate. Like, we're talking about prices just generally going up again. And the big one is still the PS5. And how the PS5 still hasn't really justified its existence. There's still not really enough on the system to just... And Sony turning around and saying, like, we're not going to put any more PS5 exclusives onto PC again anymore. And it's like, how many did you get on PC? Like, God of War Ragnarok wasn't a PS5 exclusive. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. I think the Director's Cut might have been a PS5 exclusive, but Ghost of Tsushima was originally... I don't think Ghost of Yotei had been an PC. Spider-Man 2, yeah. Like, there's still not enough to, like, I think really justify Last of Us Part 1. Again, I'm gonna lump that in with, Ghost of Tsushima, in that The Last of Us is a PS3 game. And you can argue, oh, but The Last of Us Part 1 is a PC. Is a... Motherfucker led his target. The Last of Us Part 1 was a PS5 remake. Like, it doesn't matter. Demon's Souls remake has not gone to PC now. I think people really wanted it to, it hasn't gone to PC. Not gone to PC, not a PS5 exclusive, not gone to PC, not even a Sony game. Sony didn't have their own choice with that. This has gone to PC. I'm not going to class Spider-Man Remastered because, again, it was a PS4 game. I think this launched on PC as well. Like, it launched on PS5 and PC. I might be wrong. Klim would know. You know, I feel like those arrows are tracking. Okay, I dodged that. Fuck you. Look at where those arrows are landing. They are aimed directly at me, despite there's no way the guy could know I'm in this exact spot. But yeah, like, even as far as, like, PS5 goes, you're looking at, what, like, 10 games at most? Like, say you decide to pick up PS5 over an Xbox, so you're just talking about games from this generation. You're probably picking up at most 10 games, and then the rest of it is going to be backwards compatible stuff. There's no way that arrow should have landed that close. He fired it, I watched him fire it, and then I ran and dodge rolled 3 times, and it landed close enough to hurt me. They're bullshit. Look at that. You see that arrow turn in the air there? There it landed. Look at where he is. Fucking bullshit. Like, it's one thing to lead your target. When your target turns in a different direction after you've loosed your arrow, that arrow shouldn't be landing near them. Don't fucking bullshit me, Dark Souls. In like a sort of way. You can't just be nice and say hello, can you? Again, the kick there. I considered after we started last session, like, should I have brought the death counter back? And now I'm thinking, should we have made a counter for how many times the kick has fucked me up? But yeah. As it stands at the minute, Bane, like, I know you haven't bought a PS5, and, like, you've been waiting for them to become, like, justifiable. Is there anything exclusive to PS5 you are particularly interested in? Like, other than the Demon's Souls remake, perhaps? Mm-hmm. I suppose Resident Evil 9 might be a thing. 60, FF16 and Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 might be a thing for you, I guess, because I realise that's not on previous generations now. I'm gonna get up there, I'm gonna climb that stair, I'm gonna shove this blade far up his fucking arse, it tastes steel. I've not personally had any real interest in Metal Gear Solid Delta. I remember it had performance issues when it came out. I hope they've been fixed now. If I see it for a reasonable enough price... Rebirth, I think... Rebirth is probably something worth experiencing for yourself, maybe? Don't like how ominous that is. But that would also be a thing of, like... Get it, hell, I didn't even see you. Like, you know, wait for it to go for a reasonable price. This curse? Oh, goodness. Seem unwell. Like, maybe you would have a more favourable experience with Rebirth than I had, or than Clem had. Because it's worth remembering, like, while I did greatly dislike Rebirth, and I know Clem did, and Clem's been quite vocal about it, here in the minority, it was a critically acclaimed game that almost everybody loved. So it'd probably be worth, like, checking out for yourself at some point if you get it for a price you consider. Shortcut. Shortcut. Final Fantasy 16 I can't really speak to, because I haven't played it yet. And when I do play it, it will end up being on stream. Length of the game, the amount of filler side quests. I was thinking, actually, recently about it. Partly because, like, Clem played through FF7 on stream recently, and I had also, like, I recently did my own playthrough of OG FF7. And I think, like, one of the worst things about it is there's so much filler to it but it covers less than the original game was in that time period. Because, like, spoilers for anybody who hasn't played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and is interested in it. But, like, you do Nibelheim, and then you immediately go to Gold Saucer. There is no Rocket Town. There is no option for the Wutai side quest.
Welcome host.
You do Nibelheim, you go to the Gold Saucer, and then you go to the Temple of Ancients, which is endgame. And, like, there's no Dino Village, there's no Bone Village. Like, there's not really even a proper Forgotten City.
Very
They
well,
just
then
burn
take
through
note.
all of that. And it ends up feeling like so much less valuable time than the
Farewell,
original.
may the
And I brought up to Clem privately, yeah, no Palmer getting hit by a truck because you don't go to Rocket Town. Because Sid just gives you access to the tiny Bronco. And, like, I brought up to Clem, like, an observation I had of, I think they've taken steps in Rebirth to make it so you don't have any major reason to dislike characters. Because, you think about why Cait Sith is disliked in the... And it's mostly because he takes Marlene hostage. Like, he's a traitor in the group and he takes Marlene hostage. He doesn't take Marlene hostage in Rebirth. You think about why you dislike Yuffie in the original game. Because she steals your materia during the Wutai side quest. And it's a whole runaround, and it can be quite difficult, and you can very easily get stuck there. It's frustrating. Doesn't happen in Rebirth. And, like, with Sid, like, you could maybe have a negative opinion on Sid because he is abusive towards Shera. That's not something that exists in Rebirth. Shera, as a result, doesn't exist in Rebirth. You never get Sid's backstory, you never get any real characterization for Sid. Sid is just there and is friendly. And so they've removed any reason for you to ever be like, these characters are this character is someone I dislike for this reason. They're all homogenized and smoothed over in that regard. And that definitely makes them weaker as characters. And I said to Clem, like, joke's on them, because I ended up hating everybody anyway. Because none of them shut up. Coming or what? Not that I recall. Like, I don't think there's even a proper reference to Rocket Town in Rebirth. There might be inside material that I didn't do. Like, you go from Nibelheim, you climb Mount Nibel, and then you end up back... I feel like you end up back in the Shinra Mansion. For whatever reason. And then you go straight into... the Gold Saucer for the date, which isn't a date with a specific character anymore. It's a group date where everybody gets together and celebrates together because, you know, God forbid anybody get any kind of preferential treatment. And then you go back to Costa del Sol so that they can give you a clear run to the Temple of the Ancients. You motherfucker! And the game ends up feeling like it's way less substantial for all of us. And, like, my general takeaway from it was, like, it's a game that has so much time to do so much, and does so little with any of it. Like, you've got all the padding, like the Costa del Sol padding, and get yourself swimwear by doing these minigames. And like the car tournament that happens on the ship that I was thankfully able to just skip. And all the dicking around and like the extra story stuff of like, oh, the Gi are behind the creation of the Black Materia, which conceptually was interesting, theoretically was interesting, in practice it meant nothing. And like, considering that an average playthrough of that game is... Like, I beat it faster than most people did. An average playthrough, I've heard people talking about taking 100, 150 hours on it. Considering it's that long, and it can't even go through all of the rest of Disc 1, is, I think, a real problem. Like, Gongaga is mandatory and adds up to nothing. The inclusion of characters that didn't exist when the original game came out, sure. Not dead. Like that. Like Cisne being in Gongaga, like, okay, cool. But it means nothing. The suggestion of like Sephiroth possibly manipulating time means nothing. Cloud's breakdowns in Rebirth are worse than in the original game. Like, they are less justifiable. In the original game, it's kind of an issue that his breakdowns in Disc 1 are brushed, like, swept under the rug. In Rebirth, they are worse. He actively tries to kill Tifa. Everybody sees it, and everybody's like, oh well. So that's stupid. I don't like that we're talking about Rebirth again. Let's stop talking about Rebirth. I don't think it's worth it, but I think you should be open to the possibility of you might enjoy it more than I did. You don't have to be. I just think, like, don't necessarily take my dislike of it as proof that you... Up there. Fucking knock you off that tower. Oh, but yeah, PS5. Your friend? Can't target you. Were you a friend?
Another one of those unkindled, are you?
Apparently.
All you faceless undead, behaving as if you deserve respect.
Yeah, dick.
No matter. Heed my words. If you've any sense, you go find a coffin to huddle up inside. You, here, in this land of hollows. You're like a frail maiden on the front lines.
That's sexy.
If, like the others, you're fool enough to play the champion, then go on ahead. Traipse right past the abandoned church. You'll face death. And it won't be pretty. Enough death to leave you broken. Time after time.
Time after time.
Yeah.
Well, Clem, you went off and you missed me complaining more about Rebirth. And now I decided, just before we met this guy, like, I don't want to talk about Rebirth anymore.
If, like the others, you can go on ahead.
But yeah, 16 I'll get to. And I'll give you my opinion at one bane. But like, given that the price rising on the PS5, I don't think there was enough exclusives to the PS5 to justify purchasing a PS5 at launch price. I bought one because I was like, I'm going to get one eventually. It's at a reasonable price. Currently, when I purchased it, because I got it in a Black Friday sale, I also saw the writing on the wall with the slim version being announced, with like the discless version. It's like, no, I want to get a system with a disc. That's another thing as well, like, Sony's increasing the price of the PS5. Do they still make the version with the disc drive? Because the disc drive attachment itself is like $100. I have a bad feeling about that. Oh, you're not familiar with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Clem? Hello. You should play it. Let me know what you think of it.
Oh. Pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegwart of Katarina. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Have you ever walked near a white birch only to be struck by a great arrow? Well, if I'm not mistaken, they come from this tower.
Yeah, there's a guy visibly shooting from this tower.
Whoever it is, I'm sure I can talk some sense into them. But I have to find a way up, and that's just the trouble. This lift only goes down, you see, and... well, that doesn't get me anywhere.
Start go up.
This with...
Bye. Check out the big brain on Mecha. I want to go down first. That's going to be the question that'll haunt me. Excuse me, sir.
Who are you? I help anytime.
Cool. Now, I'm going to make a point here, pal. You shoot me again, I will come back up here. I will cut your fingers off and feed them to you. I feel like there should be a bonfire here.
I help anytime.
We'll only attack foes right now. Be better or I'll be back. And I won't be happy. Alright. Go down this time. Where did Siegward go? Down, down, and another around. Sugar, we're going down. Swing it. These are big stairs. Alright. you hear that? Might just be the wind. Yeah, I think at this point, your best... Your best suggestion for getting a PS5 is, like, see if the second-hand market is reasonable. Probably isn't. But check it out, see if it is, and get one second-hand. Because the new prices are not going to be justified. That's if you even really, like, want to get a PS5. Decided there is enough for it. The trouble with the second-hand market is, like, we don't really have much of a second-hand market in this country anymore. I was talking with Chance about the way it works. He was talking about, like, stuff with GameStop. And, like, we don't really have a lot anymore over here. We have game, and that's kind of it. And so your choices are, like, check out games, see what they're doing them for, or check out CEX. And, like, let's be fair, neither of them are doing particularly good prices. Again, that shouldn't go through an enemy, that should hit the enemy. Yeah, there's really not, and like, it's been downhill ever since Game bought up Game Station. Which, when I was younger, was always my preferred place to shop for games. They always had better prices. Like, other than that, the best choice you've got is, like, local stuff. Like, Rewind. But local stuff can be just as bad, if not worse, with prices, just because they need prices to stay afloat. Like, a chain can get away with, like, lowering the prices a little bit, because they'll be picked up elsewhere. It's good to hear. I've not been in Rewind for several years now. And it's good to hear. But I feel like, the game sales have always been, like, kind of a minor area of his business. He gets a lot out of, like, the toy sales and the card tournaments and stuff. Like, it's the thing, you can't survive on just video game sales anymore. And it's been like that for a long time. I remember back when Granger Games was still a thing. Fucking rude. Yeah, I remember when Granger Games was still a thing, and, like, friends with one of the guys who worked there, he straight up said to me, like, the majority of the profit comes from stuff like the Funko Pops. And you can see it when you walk into a game. Like, you walk into any game. The game in Denton's gone. The game in gone and all that. Like, you walk into any game. The one in town is just, like, on the top floor of Sports Direct. And it's a small corner of that. Like, you walk into any game that's still around, and the games are a very small part of it. The majority of it is toys, merchandise, board games. Like, actual video game retail is just not a proper thing. Even CEX, which, in all honesty, is probably the main place I'll go to buy secondhand now, because, like, they get by through sales of all other media. I think, like, there's been the talk for a long time now of, like, digital sales eventually driving physical media out of business. And I think the thing that not enough people really considered that has absolutely become the case is online retailers driving brick and mortar stores out of business. And there's good reason for that, like, missing one of them. The fact you don't have to leave your house is another. Oh, release day, cool. I can go to work and come back and, like, yeah, my order will be there. I don't know what this is gonna do. Ah. Estes +1. There was a reel that popped up on my Instagram earlier today. And, like, it didn't mean anything to me, but it still struck a note because it's, like, really true. Fog goes in, fog goes out. Fog goes in, fog goes out. The home in the Drake and Josh series is gone now. Like, been torn down and replaced with, like, this modern bullshit house. And then underneath it is, like, a caption like, "The world you remember is gone." And it is. I think, like, a lot of that is gone in ways that generations wouldn't have had to deal with. Remember rental stores? Remember what it was to just like rent a game or a movie? I was talking with somebody I work with, it was like one of the few people I work with who isn't fucking teenage. About how like a lot of the kids we work with don't know a lot of the movies that we know. Because like I think it started with a talk of like, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Yeah, it is. And it's like, we're talking about it, and I'm like, yes, and she's like, no. And the people we're working with just don't know what Die Hard is. And it's like, because a lot of these kids grew up with like YouTube and like Netflix and stuff, they never had to just like the phones, Instagram on the phones and stuff. They never had to just deal with watching whatever was on the TV or whatever tapes you had. And so they don't know a lot of these movies that we know because they're not watching movies because they're in a position where they could be doing anything else. And you consider the way the movie industry has changed. And like Matt Damon was talking about this a few years ago. This time with him where he's talking about it. Of like, streaming isn't the same as DVD sales and stuff. You could put out a mid-tier comedy like 15 years ago that could like do okay in cinema and then make a shit ton of money on DVDs. And that doesn't exist anymore. Because you don't have like the same physical media sales. Everything's through streaming now, and streaming gives you so much less. In terms of revenue, in terms of like the numbers that they generate. Eurotrip is a movie that comes up like fairly regularly. Again, like tying back to Matt Damon, because I think the kids are discovering Scotty doesn't know. So it comes up fairly regularly because of that. And it's like, it's not a movie that could exist today. Because it wouldn't make its money. Because a movie like that was absolutely something you got on DVD and you watched a dozen times, and then you would know the words and you would sing along. Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. Or stuff like American Pie doesn't anymore and can't exist anymore because these things need their money through DVD sales, and that isn't a thing anymore. The world we knew is gone, and it's not coming back, and the world it's been replaced with is objectively worse. I think Family Guy would have survived in today's world. Family Guy, which was cancelled twice and was brought back twice because of its very strong DVD sales. They should be just hitting each other. If I had the space, I would just be collecting. There's those milestones you hit in your life, like mental and emotional milestones, where you realize you're getting older, and I think one of them is being willing to sit down and watch a movie with director's commentary on. Or like being willing to sit down like and just watch the behind the scenes stuff of a movie you like. Or like even a movie you don't like, a movie you're just interested in. Oh, there are steps that I didn't go.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
I feel like this game's like a good game to talk about these kinds of things with, given that Dark Souls is... I think if there's one theme that runs throughout the Dark Souls games, it's trying to recapture a time lost.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
I'm gonna get my souls, then we're gonna go and... run this ad. They're both aggroing at the same time. That's a real problem. How far is your aggro rate? There we go, I think that's it. Let's go get my souls. I feel like now more than ever, I'm like so much more focused on pro games. And I don't feel like it's even a deliberate decision, more of an unconscious one. I worry sometimes, like, am I just stuck in the past in, like, so many ways? Sorry, did you want to fall off, you prick? Alright, gonna run this ad and then we'll be back with more of this.
That's disgusting.
And we're back.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
But not dead enough. Thank you, Glenn. Part of the reason why I've been gravitating mostly toward is because I am pretty focused on my retro hand, which reliably play up to that could be part of it, but even outside of that, like, say we consider the stream, where, like, let's be fair, it's the majority of my game. Most of my stream games are retro. Even this is 10 years old this year. Yeah, let's go see what's up those stairs. Like, we look at the year of RPGs, and I know I spoke about it previously, when I was looking at the list I'd made. Really misjudged the range on that. And, like, I think the newest game on the list of games for the year of RPG, 2009. Might be Alpha Protocol, which I think was 2011. Is that a deliberate decision? Like, not particularly. I wasn't, like, thinking about release. Maybe I should re-equip the longsword. Not as strong as this is, though. You know, those backstabs just were not happening. Alright, what's up here? This has to be separate. The village I was in. And there's not a break ringing on the cross I saw. Gotta be something new. Oh great, another one of these fuckers. Got it. Go on, do it. Do it, you fucking can. Chunks are flying off that every time he smashes it into the ground, and yet it isn't breaking. There we go. Welcome in, Panda. Yep. Oh, that part. Now come up there and I'm gonna fucking feed your feet to you. Way up there. How you doing, Panda? Don't mind. I'm trying to enact revenge. Alright. That is as far as you can throw. Put some effort into it. Weak. Pathetic. I need to take the sound clip of Brian Thompson as Shao Kahn saying pathetic. Like, make that. Also, possibly the sound clip of Hiroyuki Tagawa as Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat saying, "You fool!" That's probably not something I'm supposed to notice. Yeah, it's like the... Ooh. This beam is only textured on the outside. It's not textured on the inside. At all. Probably not supposed to notice that. Thank you, Clint. This is what I'm saying, like, when I've seen, like, so many movies. Because we grew up with movies. Who's doing that? Who did that? So much revenge. It's like, these kids today who, like, haven't grown up on movies and stuff because of everything, or, like, just watching what was on TV, which is how we're able to do all the Simpsons quotes, which, you know, are some people say, like, it's kind of sad that you know these Simpsons quotes off by heart. I say, listen, it's a miserable world, do not steal any small token of joy that I have. Like, they're fun. But there was a time, it was one of my favourite times. To be fair, I did not attack those barrels. I knew those barrels would blow up. I didn't attack those barrels. I do not deserve the barrel emo. Yeah, The Simpsons was a cultural milestone. It was phenomenal. It was everywhere. You could not escape The Simpsons. And the youth of today will never understand. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite times I quoted something that Clem and I will quote to each other occasionally because we don't want to overuse the quote, we only want to use it when it's appropriate. I mean, culturally it can't have the same impact, but like, I feel if you introduced a child to The Simpsons and just was like, here, watch The Simpsons every day as you eat your dinner, like, you could probably then get that child into The Simpsons the same way we were. The difference is you have the control over it, which we just watched whatever was on. But yeah, the quote that I like, that Clem and I will throw at each other every now and then, not often because we don't want to overuse it, and it's important that we don't overuse it. It has to be within the appropriate context, and the appropriate context isn't common. I was lurking in Clem's stream one day because I didn't really feel like talking. And Clem was doing so. I don't even remember what Clem was saying. And, like, something happened in the game, and he said, what'd you say? To, like, the character in the game. And so it's like, okay, now I need to join the stream. Need to chat in the stream. And so I said, he said, don't shoot. Which is, like, such a pointless quote. I love it. Every now and then, Clem and I get an opportunity to use it, and it's glorious when you proper context. It hits so good when it's used right. It's like, let's see if anybody in chat can get that. Like Bane, Panda. If I said to you, he said don't shoot, do you know what that's from? Do you know the context? That line. Did you say it with a boiled egg in your mouth? Die Hard with a Vengeance, there you go. You know exactly what it is. Like, you say it with a boiled egg, and like, take the safety cap. Such a good movie. Absolute classic. You were eating a pickled egg. I'll accept that. And it's like these movie quotes, these TV quotes that we remember because we've just seen them so much. Tell them to find out who the 21st president is. Chester A. Arthur. Huh? Chester A. Arthur? Thanks, Jerry. You take care of yourself. You look after yourself. I met a man with Settlement. Die Hard with a Vengeance is just sitting on my hard drive. And I'm like, I'm gonna rewatch this at some point. Probably soon. I sat down, because like, it's been like hot this week. So on Monday and Tuesday while I wasn't streaming, even though I'm off work, I decided to watch some movies. And what did I watch? I remember one of them. I don't remember what the other movie was. I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly again. And, like, you know, that's a good movie. Now in Periscope. It could have gone worse. What did I watched? I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Watched some. I watched The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension last week. I think I brought it up in Ali's stream. Nobody knew what it was. I think Clem might have known, or Ninja. I think like one person. Like that's a movie that you're not gonna just be like, oh, I found this on a streaming service, let's watch it. That's the kind of movie you grow up with on VHS. Like, unless you're deciding, like, I'm gonna go through the career of a particular actor, it's one of those movies that never get watched by a current day audience. And there's really, like, I think there's only one actor in it who the current day audience would even care. The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. A movie with a surprisingly stacked cast. Well, I think, like I say, if a modern audience saw it, it would probably just be because they're looking through the career of a specific actor, and that actor in that movie would only be Jeff Goldblum. Yeah, the cast is ridiculous. Like, Peter Weller is the main character. Jeff Goldblum's in it. John Lithgow's the villain. Clancy Brown's in it. There was another person. Christopher Lloyd's in it. Dan Hedaya. Vincent Schiavelli. Like, it's a wildly stacked cast. Though I think for most of them, it was a very, like, one of their earlier works. Like, Jeff Goldblum looks so young in that movie. It's probably the youngest I've ever seen Clancy Brown. I think it predates Highlander. And we all know I'm a big fan of Highlander.
Ah, oh, don't disappear like that. You had me downright worried. But thanks to you, an epiphany has struck me square in the head. I've unraveled the riddle of this inscrutable lift. On some days I begin to doubt myself. I went up the tower, so I thought, then somehow ended up here. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Anyhow, do you see that? That humongous beast? I'm no coward and I've a steady hand, but that thing makes my skin crawl.
Where are we looking?
Now, think twice before you go down that road.
Oh, there it is. That's a big axe.
I could try talking some sense into him. No, I think not. He's far too overheated. I've got to use my head and think. I could try talking some sense into him.
Well, there's nowhere else to go. If I try and jump down, I will die. Dan Hedaya is an actor I don't see pop up.
No! You should have waited! Well, it's too late now. I, Siegward of the Knights of Katarina, fight by your side!
Yeah, good luck with that, buddy.
Ah!
Don't worry, I, Valerie the Girthy, will fight by your side. That's right. That's the character we're playing as, Valerie the Girthy. Yeah, because originally it was going to be Chrono the Girthy, but Girthy wouldn't fit, so it was going to be Chrono the Girth. And then I decided, you know what, we're going to play as a woman. And Bane suggested Valerie as the name. And Valerie the Girthy wouldn't fit, like, at all. So I thought, like, Valerie Girthson? But we are just Valerie. We checked the stat. We are just Valerie. But in our hearts, we are Valerie the Girth.
That was quite a performance. But you mustn't get in over your head. We Unkindled must put our duties first. But, for the moment, we've a toast to make.
There's plenty of fire around. We could, probably make a lot of toast.
To your valor, my sword, and our victory together. Long may the sun shine. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
I feel like you should, probably find another place. Huh. What I was saying, yeah. Dan Hedaya. I feel like I don't see him that often, but usually when I do see him in a movie, it's a movie that is worth watching for some reason. I think I've seen him in 4 movies. Counting The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the 8th Dimension. Like, it would be that, Commando, The Addams Family, and Alien Resurrection. And all of them are worth watching for, like, one reason or another. A lot of people who seem to be growing into trees. A club. I can use this against Clem. Got a club. Use that against Clem. Hurry up and save Meryl. Was two-handed a vertical slice? A pale tongue. Put that in my mouth. Lighter but less poise. That's a big house. This place is like unnervingly empty. I wonder if one of these will come alive. See, not enough horror, like, not enough actual horror games play to paranoia like that. And of course, being able to lock on in this game also kind of defeats that. Because by this point, I would be lured into a false sense of security. There you go. I didn't think to check if any of the others were actually available. I wonder where I'm going. Because, like, there's no way back to where I came from. And I feel like this isn't leading. Is it just me, or have they reduced the amount of fall damage take this game? Going all the way down to kill you. Either you find your way back up here, or you stay down there. Come on. So, Clem, here's a question for you. We all remember where definitely reduced in Dark Souls. That's the second enemy. It's fallen down like a decent length and took barely any damage. Like, look at how little its health. It's like, we all know by heart where the first mimic in Dark Souls 1 is. Do you remember where the first mimic of Dark Souls 3 is? Sneaky bastards. That was good. I like that. Bane does. See, that's the thing. I don't remember where the first mimic of Dark Souls 2 was. And I don't think I ever figured out what the tell was in Dark Souls. Because, like, we all know in Dark Souls 1 it's the check. Bane's saying that he can. There isn't a tell in Dark Souls 2. Bane's saying that he can doesn't surprise me, given that a quick look at his playtime says he's done almost 400 hours in this. It's interesting. I feel like I recall the one in the village, but not the one in the passage to the Tower of Flame. Then Dark Souls 2 was sneaky about it because you could hit chests, but if you hit them 3 times, they broke. Hello. And then you just got rubbish. But you had to hit them 3 times, so if you only went into, if you only hit a chest once, like, okay, if this is a mimic, then I'll deal with only hitting it once and not getting the extra hits in early. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 introduces the trap chest as well, doesn't it? Okay, so I have a moment here. Managed to make that work. I don't think I've ever seen an enemy just fall over like that.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
Squarish wooden chests? It's interesting because I don't remember a whole lot with the mimics in Dark Souls 2. I feel like they're introduced earlier than in Dark Souls 1, like way. They were always in the metal chests. Not something I ever really caught on to. Huh. Well, now I wish Clem didn't know that. Because, like, that would have been funny to come across. Because I didn't know that, and I would also be like, no, it's fine, Clem. The mimics won't be in metal chests. And I would have been very confident about that answer. Sometimes see the teeth. I know in Dark Souls 1, like, it's the chain is the tail. But if you pay attention, you can also see them breathing. I have no idea where I'm going. I don't know if I'm gonna lead anywhere. Have I been down there? Yeah, the breathing is such a crazy detail. It's a one-way drop. Ah! Train never gonna play on a wall. Okay, so I haven't found progress. Don't be a bitch.
What time? Come to me.
Gotcha.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
Watch your mouth. Yeah, so I've not found progress. It's got to be down below. Which is frustrating, because I'd hoped I would find a bonfire that would mean I wouldn't have to deal with fuckers with saws and the because they're just not fun to deal with. Listen, pal, you can either attack me or you can die. Alright, back to the bonfire. Might as well level up as well. Swing was not wise enough. See, like, the fog there, I think, is an interesting idea. Obscuring your vision. I think it's a cool idea. It's something that does only really work once. But I don't know how you could have an effect like that with the... And that's not a reason not to do. You know what? Let's see what Andre's selling.
Just good. Just what need. Pretty be careful.
Have weapons?
Ah, well met, Ashen One. How?
Alright, I've got a bunch of these. Boosting HP until death. Air powder, yep. Tower key. Probably save up for that. Right finger. Soapstone. I'm not playing online, so I'm not going to buy that. Weapons. Game.
Ashen One. B.
Hello.
Oh, our champion of Ash, welcome home. This pilgrim, with a debt in death, hardly deserves to behold this divine flame.
Dude, that's just a couple of
And
candles.
I never would have, had you not taken me into your service. I thank you dearly for this, and assure you of my leal service.
Never heard the word leal.
Then shall we begin? Bearer of the dark sign, let your true strength shine.
Is this a respec? Oh, this is just leveling up. Huh. Odd. And miracles. I'm not gonna use.
Be safe.
At least it's polite. Simple lady, I hit things with a stick. Do magics, I don't do sorcery. Have your sword since you're not using it.
What a sick joke.
Regularly you say.
Asking us to seek the lords of...
We're talking true legends.
Unkindled, are we? And fast on the trail of the Lords absconded? Then these red eyes are for you.
Red Eyes Black Dragon?
Use them to pillage embers and briefly heighten your strength for your duty. What else are unkindled ashes good for? Pillage embers for what else?
Yeah. Holy King Lothric, last hope of his... Bloodleth the Exiled. Saint Aldrich. Watchers of the Abyss. And the biggest chair reserved for your mum. Yorm the Giant of the Profane Capital. Is it fair that he gets 2 titles, do you think? Anyway, might as well level up since we're not buying it. I'm not content with this sword. I think I do want to try and get another sword. And then start upgrade. I feel like in particular I could probably find something with better scaling. And if it has to be scaling through a single stat rather than two, I'll take it.
Welcome home, I shall speak that. Very well, then take note. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of disparity, elucidated by fire.
This is the fence, right?
Retreating to a darkness beyond the reach of flame. Farewell, Ashen One.
Bye. We have another ad coming up, so we're gonna sit back down at this bonfire and then we'll run the ad. It's supposed to be much cooler.
Memories broken, the truth goes unspoken. I've even forgotten my name. I don't know the season or what is the reason I'm standing here holding my blade.
We'll be right back. And we're back.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me.
You're right. And we're back.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey. Yeah!
Thank you. Alright, so I feel like the only path to progress we have, the only path that might lead to progress we have left, is under the tower. So we're gonna go back there. And if it isn't progress, then we'll have to go somewhere else. But for now, I'm hoping it is progress. Move, rats, baby, don't be slow. Whoa. I just run. Just run. Why isn't he... Why can he shoot arrows all the way over there when I'm right beneath him? He's like, oh yeah, no, she's fine. And I ran so far away. And I ran. Remember, Highlander, we must never fight on sacred ground, on holy ground. Boy. Alright, let's go deal with that ice bitch. I wonder why the bottom of that pit is, like, fully lit. Because I don't think it should be. But I've also set myself in a position... Oh, no, there's a lever there. I was like, I've set myself in a position where I'm not going to be able to go anywhere else. But, oh, no, there's a lever there. Alright. Alright. Sound alert for luck.
No! No!
Probably doesn't bode well. And look at... Jesus Christ. Excuse me a moment, would you? Back in your fucking cave. Oh, Christ. This enemy clearly subscribes to my Relentless Aggression newsletter. But yeah, what I wanted to say before somebody decided to interrupt is the door behind them. Like, very clearly set up so it's a slow open. So you are not running past this thing. This is something we will have to kill. Cool. Love getting stuck on the environment. Favorite thing. It was over before you thought it would be. Maybe I'll go with this. It's got higher attack. The strength scaling is worse. Thank you. The strength scaling is worse. The dex scaling is the same. But it has Frost. My favourite Mortal Kombat character. See how well it works for me. I bet you it's a bitch to upgrade though because of that. Happens to be your favourite sword? Oh, there's a bonfire. We're gonna sacrifice this. I bet you Dracula's up there. Fucking dickwad. So enjoy. I will now never use this sword. Thanks for joining us, Oakland. You take care of yourself, and good luck at trip. Have a sound alert.
Liar!
Oh, right, I am lying. I do not wish you to look at trip. Take care, Club. It's a new area. I don't know, like, I feel like because it's a special weapon, the upgrade on this is going to be a problem. But, like, for the minute, we can absolutely try it out. It's heavier than my broad. What's my roll like? Still okay. Hello? Butcher knife was your favourite? Is that a random drop or is it a guaranteed weapon? Do you find it in a specific location? You're backing away from me. It's curious. That makes me uneasy. Guaranteed one. Maybe you'll see what I think of it. I would like to end up with my own preferred weapon that isn't played by anybody who's in. But, you know, preferred weapons end up being preferred weapons for a reason. Oh, shit. Well, I showed him. Okay, so they're all going to do that if they're cornered. Got it. And they're only 90 souls, so they may or may not be worth that. I think, like, just because of how many times it's dropped for me in Dark Souls 1, my favourite weapon ends up being Black Knight Sword. Because, like, it's strong, and it's strong from the point you get it. It's not difficult to raise your stats to the point where you can actually use it. And, like, it's not all that difficult to get Twinkling Titanite to fully upgrade it. Alright. Well, I suppose regular weapons in Dark Souls 1 is probably the halberd. Guaranteed weapon. It being a thrust weapon makes it really good for so many areas in that game. Like that. It's not often I've actually ended up using a weapon that causes, like, a damage effect. Like, I did really want to like the Life Hunt Scythe in Dark Souls 1. But, like, the caveats of actually making it useful. Like, it's always going to build up bleed on you. And so, like, the best thing you end up doing for it. Give yourself the blood shield, put the blood shield on your back, and two-hand the Life Hunt Scythe. Like, it's not my playstyle. That's interesting, because, in playthroughs where I don't get a Black Knight Sword drop, I upgrade the halberd to just plus 15. Like, when I say I'm a simple man who hits things with sticks, like, it really is just that simple. I don't go for, like, any of the special properties or the special upgrades. I just continually upgrade the damage. Regular damage. I like my solutions to be, like, generally not, like, as unsituational as possible. Like, as broadly useful as I can get them. And, like, just higher damage is higher damage. Hello. You know... Oh! You remind me of a woman I knew once. That's a lot of health. You know, I can definitely understand why Clem likes this sword. That would have been a really worrying fight. Yeah, Mildred, exactly. Man-Eater Mildred. Like, that would have been a very worrying fight if Frostbite hadn't built up on her. Yeah, I like just, like, building damage. And so, like, just upgrading, like, once you get the giant the ember, is that what it is? Like, the large ember, the extra large ember, the very large ember, and you can start upgrading your weapons to plus 50. I do just put my halberd into that. It's good, simple damage that isn't situational, and work on pretty much everything. It does not, though, unfortunately, make whips useful. Like, if Clem does end up getting Dark Souls Remastered on PC and we do that, you actually do that playthrough with a seamless co-op mod, I would love to be able to find a mod that also, like, massively buffs damage on whips to make them actually viable. Alright. Well, I think, actually thinking about it, it might be something worth doing in a co-op playthrough like that, where we're going to do the entire game together. To, like, use a trainer or something to give us both a unique weapon that we want. Because otherwise, like, we're probably both going to go through the entire game with, like, the same sword or something. With you in a minute. It's only scary once, guys. Yeah, I definitely recognize the value of frostbite. Or just like a build-up status effect on enemies. Definitely recognize. Gonna have to keep this weapon out now. I'm glad I didn't start upgrading the broadsword. Otherwise I'd feel like, you know, sunk cost fallacy. I've started upgrading it, so I need to... Yep. And not like I've wasted the souls with it. Oh, hey, a bonfire. That many, yeah. I don't think I would ever do a playthrough of a Souls game where I'm using a heavy weapon. Who are you?
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Cirrus, of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity. Duties we each bear, but one's duty is a solitary affair. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Well, do we have much to lose?
I doubt we've much to gain from
you then.
fraternization. Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak very well, then Tuthake not. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of farewell, Ashen One.
Bye. Alright, so what are you guys about?
Oh, hello. How do you do? I'm Anri of Astora. Unkindled like you.
Oscar of a story, you say?
This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder? We're well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the flames guide your way.
I wonder how summoning works in this game, because humanity is the same. Always the opposite gender of your character.
Oh, yes. Horace. He's not very talkative. But don't think ill of him. He is an upstanding, kind-hearted knight. A fine partner for this grueling journey. Without his help, I would have cursed this onerous duty long ago.
Yeah, I wonder how summoning works in this. Because 2, you still needed to be human for it. But humanity doesn't seem to be a thing.
We are well along the road. Beyond we may...
They call it Crucifixion Woods. If I don't see anybody being crucified, I'll be very disappointed. I know how to restore humanity. I do not. I don't think the game's explained that yet. Or I haven't really looked at my... Wonder why these are separate. It is embers. Gain strength of flame. Ah, there we go. Fair enough. Thank you, Ben. Hope I see somebody being... Don't call it Crucifixion Woods if there's not actual... Hello. Is that the cross you bear? Place looks nice. I heard him behind me and was hoping I could get into the backstab animation before he hit me. Never underestimate the value of just rolling at your enemy. We're not mushrooms. I don't know why. I have a feeling that I'm going to hate these. Hey, Spunk. The cinema watchers? Yeah, from above I thought they were mushrooms. Clearly not. Poison? That's fair enough. Yep, don't think I'm going to use a great shield. Doing okay. It's finally feeling like it's starting to cool down. I have a sword with ice, which is... This wood apparently is called, like, named after crucifixions, but I've not seen the body being crucified yet, so I'm disappointed. I'm curious as to what that noise is that I can... That is why you wear headphones when playing Dark Souls. There's something over there. I think it's that dog. How you doing, Spunk? That's a wet goo. There it is. That's gotta be what's making. What is that? That's in the bed. Came to say hi and wish good. I appreciate that, Spunk. Thank you. Hope you sleep well, buddy. And it's a shame Chance isn't here for this one because that's a crab. That's how you're doing alright, Spawn. Then I'll get it in a sec. It's a giant crab. Oh. Yeah, you just gotta put a space between the shout out and... bonfire. Don't know what it is, but I feel like at some point this game is going to try and trick me with a fake bonfire. Elden Ring, very good. Yeah, that's a giant crab. Another giant crab, so it's not the only one. Game Chance isn't here. Chance appreciates crab. Oh, why? Appreciates crabs. Fuck those crabs. Yeah, I'm looking at them and like the water they're in, and I'm thinking that's probably not a fight I want right now. There's somebody being crucified. Well, I feel like that water is probably deep enough to be a problem for me. I'm hearing. Might be just these guys. They'll come down and say hello. No. Ah. I would really hate to play this game without being able to hit it. Because, like, even if you had something like closed captions, it wouldn't be able to recreate the experience in the same way. Because if a closed captions came, it would be like, something lands behind you. Meanwhile, when you're actually hearing it, it's like, did something land behind me? And it might not have. You might just be paranoid. Bottleneck. Fuck off with your soul arrows. Feel better about yourself now? Heretics. We haven't actually seen a boss today, have we? I do love how fast this sword swing is. So good. Shooting magic at me. Away. It's always one of the fascinating things with games like this. And you get a Warrior Slumber Ahead. You get a similar thing with the Metroidvania, Castlevania games a little bit. When you just come so close to something and then take a different direction and end up completely missing it. Usually in Castlevania, though, that's actually save room. Like you come like right next to a save room, and because you don't go through that doorway, because there's no indication outside of doors in the Castlevania games that you've got a save room, you just keep moving. Don't even realize it. I think I had that happen to me on my latest playthrough of Aria of Sorrow. Because, like, the only Castlevania map I've memorized is Sympathy of the... Chances are, though, we'll go back and we'll see this boss that I came close to. It is kind of wild, though, thinking about all the things we've killed today. And, like, for as unique as some of them have been, none of them have, like, for as unique and, like, large as some of them have been, none of them have been bosses. Feels like. You know what? I do kind of like that this game is like, we're not going to put the fog doors up before the first time you encounter a boss. Like, bearing in mind that, like, Dark Souls 1 would have... You know, I read that as major backtracking when I saw it, and it's only just looking at it again that I realised you said major backseat. Yeah, thinking back to Dark Souls 1 and, like, how many fog doors there are, how many fog walls there are, specifically for the sake of luring you into a false sense of security, making you uncomfortable going through any of them. Like, I really respect this game's been like, no fog walls until you encounter a boss. Oh, the music's amping up. Oh, shit. I'm there like, oh, it's blue, this must be the demonstration of Phase 2. And now I realise, oh, it's blue, that means it's fake. Yeah, and Dark Souls 1 does that as well. And I think I do prefer this idea a lot more. Because, like, walking into an area and I'm like, it's a box. Like, it's way more interesting that way. And then once you've encountered it, the fog wall appears. It's more interesting as a concept. I didn't even use all my Estus that time.
Ah, it is good, wasn't it? Pretty be careful, I don't.
What's it going to take to reinforce this weapon?
Ah, it is good, wasn't it?
Twinkling sides of that, right? Of course it is.
Pretty big.
Yeah, I appreciate the complete lack of backseating or even hinting with this Bane. I feel like we both agree that this is the kind of game where you only get the one first playthrough anyway. And exploration and discovery is a big part of it. See how badly this one goes. Not so bad. You know where we're going though, and without making the detours that I made, the side trips, getting back to that boss won't be that bad. I think this room's probably the biggest worry. Just because there's 2 magic users. Don't let yourself be pulled in front of the door. Thanks, Kick. Once again, coming out when I don't want you. And not coming out when I do want you. Yes. Well, there go all my souls. I'm gonna blame that on the kick again. Like, I did want the kick there for the shield guy, and it didn't fucking happen. Remove it from the game entirely. Garbage. Yep, alright, if you're gonna aggro, then I'll kill you first. I don't understand why you target this guy and not the guy next to me. This time, buckaroo. You know, you seem desperate for some attention. So where was that hole in the floor? There. Sneak. My souls are down. Okay, let me get up, for fuck's sake. Thank you, Kit. Again. Don't bother the crabs, maybe they won't bother me. I feel like you can probably tell just by looking when I intend for a kick and when I don't. Like, if I'm going slash slash and then suddenly it kicks, probably don't intend for that kick. The fact that this happens so often is, like... So, does using embers, like, really buff up your HP a good amount? Your max HP? Is it like Dark Souls 2 where dying repeatedly reduces your max HP? "10 minutes till an ad, and I'd like to kill this boss before we..." I can take one more shot at it.
Welcome home, speak. Very well, then taken.
Oh.
Farewell, may the flames guide.
Does buff your max HP, doesn't reduce your HP. So that would make it more akin to Demon Souls, right? Where in Demon Souls, if you had, like, I forget what they called it, but it was essentially the equivalent of humanity, then you had, like, double health. Excellent, thank you, Ben. Oh.
Welcome home, speak. Very then taken.
20 short.
Farewell.
29 souls short.
Welcome home, Ashen.
Game has an MP bar, yeah.
Speak.
That I will not be using.
Then taken.
But I do prefer an MP bar in contrast to
Farewell, Ashen One.
just an unlimited number of charges. I feel like that just goes for like every... It's at least a little bit of the reason why I intend to stream the PSP version of Final Fantasy 1 rather than the Pixel Remaster. Which, the Pixel Remaster goes back to the original magic system of charging. I can't believe that worked smoothly. Haven't you attacked me? unique sword arts that require MP. That's a curious thing. But I did notice that this sword, and I think a sword that it showed the description of on the loading screen, said something about a stance attack. Seven and a half minutes. Just put a quick snooze on it. 12 and a half. I feel like my shield hitbox is not that large in this game. They're all being stingy with their magic use. Like, one of them, sure, but it's odd that all three of them were, like, way more hesitant to actually cast their magic this time. Let's go fight this crystal sage again. This is one of the things, though, like, when Dark Souls is at its best, this is one of the things I do genuinely love about going through Dark Souls for the first time. Like, running into this fight and dealing with this guy, and then we go into phase 2, and I'm like, oh, he's using blue magic now. And then realizing as I attack him that I'm hearing something to the side and immediately recognizing, no, there's more than one. Is melee attack magic? It all fucking seems like it. Yeah, I love, like, figuring out the creativity of it in the moment. Because it's something you don't get with a lot of other series. It is something Dark Souls shines at. Because not really anything else does it. Don't do that, you prick. You're gonna spawn multiples every time you come back up? Well, alright, yep. Yep. dear. Oh dear. Yeah, like, imagine if Pinwheel actually could take a hit. All or nothing time. Nice. Oh, my health has gotten bigger.
Success!
Success. That was a good one. That was fun. Like, this is what I talk about when, like, I say what Dark Souls has that other series don't. Like, the creativity of the boss fights and approaching. And there at the end, recognizing that I had the one Estus left. He had, like, one hit left. Okay, I'm going to beeline for the one that is real. Down the Estus, give me the health to take a hit. Go for him, and it's great.
Welcome, host.
Like, at its
Very
best,
well.
Dark Souls is great at that. And it's why the series does have its fan base, because there's very little like this, even among other Souls-likes.
Farewell, Ash May the...
So the next one's like 5,000 something, so... That was too much.
Welcome, host. Very well, then taken.
Yeah. Like, I could have probably still, I could have absolutely still played that last run more cautiously. But it's like, okay, we're running out of time. I don't want to keep building up these snoozes.
Farewell, Ashen One. May the...
And it's one hit left. Let's be bold. And it's cool. It's cool when that kind of thing happens, and especially when you succeed. 2 tries. I am surprised, though, that that's only the second boss. Second boss? The third boss, I guess. The third boss that we fought. But I guess that's going to do it for us for today. In this idyllic forest ruin. I would not sit with my back to, like, the open courtyard. I mean, let me... That's better. Yeah. So we've definitely made progress, it's good, we're pushing forward, and so far, aside from the kick, like, the kick continuing to be an issue, which I thought I was getting better about, and then it started happening again. And I'll have forgotten, like, the attempt to build up a muscle memory after today. Do this again. Aside from that, like, I'm still quite enjoying this. This has been fun. And I think what's really helped is, from early on, we fought 3 bosses. None of them have just been dudes in armor. which by the end of Dark Souls 2 is really kind of tiresome. There's been variety. Like, you go up with the first one, and it's like, oh, it's a dude in armor. And then you get to the halfway point, and it's like, no, now he's a monstrosity. And then the second one, the ice golem thing. And then the crystal sage there. And I have noticed that all of the bosses have had a second phase, which is interesting. I'm interested in seeing how that continues to develop. Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this more than Bloodborne. This is... Maybe it's because I played Dark Souls 1 as much as I did before Bloodborne. But, like... This... It's definitely more my speed, I think. Eventually I might try to get into Bloodborne again. The idea was last year, like, it will be the last time I try. I probably will eventually. But I think before that I will probably do Demon Souls. See how this ends up, because, like, I've been really down on Dark Souls since finishing Dark Souls. And part of that wasn't helped by a playthrough I did of Dark Souls since then. Where I got to the second half and realised, like, I'm just not enjoying this anymore. I think going through this, like, I'm enjoying doing it for the first time. Going through this whole thing, and new things to explore, new things to discover. And, like, that thing with the Crystal Sage where it's like, okay, phase 2. My immediate assumption was he's using blue magic now, so it's probably going to hit harder. And then immediately finding out that's wrong. The blue is the indication of a clone, a duplicate. Like, that was great to figure out in them. Because you only get to figure that out once. But yeah, I want to thank everyone who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone. Chat chat is always the best part of the stream. Klim, Bane, Spunk. Ian was here for a little bit. Thanks for being here, Bane. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And I'm glad, like, you watched me play Dark Souls 1. And that was your first experience of this. I'm glad you get to have the reverse of that, having played Dark Souls 3 since then, because I played Dark Souls 1, and now you get to see me experience the Souls that you know the first time. And, like, I hope it continues to be interesting. But yeah, in the meantime, that is pretty much it. Is there anything going on? It is Thursday today. Mr. Charisma is live at the minute. So if there's anybody lurking who wants to just stick around on Twitch, check out Mr. Charisma, who is streaming the Arkham series on Thursday. On Tuesdays, he's playing through Resident Evil games starring Leon. On Thursdays, he's playing through the Arkham series. Cool guy. Good guy. Does voice acting in some games you may have heard of. I have a running joke with him that one day I'll play a game he's done the voice acting for. He thinks it's most likely to be Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't. That one. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Let's have a sound alert.
No! No!
Yeah, it is a great contrast. Like, you get to see... I don't think you'd played Dark Souls 2 by the time I streamed it. Because I streamed Dark Souls 2, like, surprisingly early. It's crazy to think that Dark Souls 2 was... I don't think it was even year 2 of my second year of streaming. I think it was still within the first year. So you probably hadn't, like, actually started Dark Souls 2 for yourself by that point? Oh, I feel like I started Dark Souls 2 in 2020. Let me check. I can bring up the archive. Dark Souls 2. No, you're right. It started in 2019. So I hadn't even been streaming for a full year. Yeah, so I played Dark Souls 2 and you hadn't seen that before, and we were going through it fresh together. So yeah, this is the Souls. You get to see me finish it on New Year's Eve. I thought that went into 2020. Oh. Yeah, you get to see me approaching things that you've long since figured out, and like see my thought process. And hopefully it's an interesting thing. Like I say as well, definitely worth it wearing headphones for this. Like I say with the Crystal Sage, like, start shooting blue magic, I attack him, he goes down immediately, and I'm hearing something to my left, and I immediately know there's more than one. I'm like, that's great. Love it. But yeah, we'll continue this. Hopefully it's going to be cooler tomorrow, and we'll just continue this tomorrow. Like I say, Paper Mario is currently on hold until we finish this, the 7 years of mecha-chrono stream celebration. Beautiful Joe, I want to try and finish on Sunday, and then we'll just do some Zeldas for a little while. Nice chill Zeldas. I've decided, like, I'm probably going to do the Zeldas because I have the recomps of 4 Zelda games. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, because Dusklight came out. And I also decided I'll pick up the recomp for Link's Awakening. And maybe I'll finally stream and play through Link's Awakening. I was playing the Switch version last year, I think, and I was quite enjoying it until the game said, you have to have been participating in the trading side quest to get into the next dungeon. I was like, part of me feels like I'd probably feel that way about A Link to the Past if I didn't know it back to front. Because I know there are things in A Link to the Past that would aggravate. But yeah, that is pretty much it though. Look forward to more streams. In the meantime, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.